Oh yeah, I when I was in my college age, I didn't graduate college. I went for 2 years and then I stopped and started working full time. But when I was in my 20s, I was doing open mic nights and stuff for a few years. Yeah.
Well, cool. I'd love to see some of that
Oh
old footage.
yeah, I'll pull some old clips. I have some old clips. I'll bring them up. We'll play some on stream one of these days.
There you go. That'd be perfect.
There you go.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Lar, Mr. Paz, Lyle, Mr. Wilf, how we doing? Give everybody a couple minutes here. We made it through Fed unscathed. Really a pretty muted Fed FOMC day, which is fine. So let me just send this out. I haven't done this yet. Make sure everybody knows that we're on and live. Peter, what's up? Rick, good morning. Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. Yes, we were just talking. I don't know if you guys know that Tyler used to do stand-up comedy. So I'm pretty sure he promised. I can't be 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure he promised me earlier that he would find some old footage for us to watch on the stream. So we'll look forward to that. Mike D, good morning. Darren, good morning. Peter, no, silver has not dropped 20% yet. Might have to hold your breath there for a while. Did you guys see the dude? This was, he's probably already out or close to it. I think 125 was his liquidation. He like 25 times leveraged a bazillion dollars in silver short or something. I don't know if you guys saw that. Hang on, I just did that one. Let me do this one real quick, guys. All right. And then one more. I gotta make sure I ping Ed on every one of these announcements that I send out. All right, there we go. All right. Did you see that too, Peter? I thought it was a joke. Yeah. I mean, okay, there's picking tops, and then there's that. All right. I mean, good luck, old boy. We'll see. I think it was. Let me see. I've got it right here. Let me see real quick. I can look that up. It was. I know he was 25 times leverage. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, again, there's playing top picker, and then there's leveraging your life on being right. I know it was on silver. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Hang on 1 second. This is great TV. There it is. All right. $38 million short using 20 to 25 times leverage. Entered at 112, liquidation at 125. So I don't know if it's true or not. It's on the internet, so it's got to be true. But I don't know. Old boys might be sweating. We're at 118. So who knows? All right. Okay. All right. Well, let's get started, guys. Yeah, $140 million call flow on gold. Yeah, gold's going to Neptune. All right, so let's get into it because we do have news here, guys, at 8:30, right? We've got our unemployment claims forecasting at 206. Now, this is always a huge report, right? And we were talking about this last week. This comes out weekly. The forecast are these little lines up here. right? And the bar graph is the actual. So you can see it's just been like we've been beating, right? The forecast, I don't know, like pretty much every time, 90% of the time. So they're forecasting a 206. That would put us up here, right? So we'll see. I mean, we'll see where we come in and where the or how the market responds to that, right? So we made it through Fed, and that's pretty much all we got today. There'll be a little blip at 10, right? You might see a little blip at 10, but nothing too crazy. And then going into tomorrow at 8:30, we've got PPI, and then Chicago PMI. This used to be a pretty market moving event, but I don't know, they've downgraded it, whatever. But our big news at 8:30 here. Okay, now when we look at the CME, the Fed Watch Tool, after our whatever the hell that was yesterday, after our FOMC announcement, right? We've still got our first rate cut in June. All right, so we'll see as these. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting because again, remember, March and April are still Powell. He's still Fed chairman. After April, we'll have a new person in there. I was going to say new dude in there, but I don't want to be sexist. But we'll have a new person in here between April and June. All right. So it's going to be really interesting to see if there's a snowball's chance, and you know what, that Powell's going to cut again before he's out of there. Hell, he might get a wild hair and just raise it, just out of spite. But anyway, so after all is said and done yesterday, we're at a 48% chance now. This keeps creeping higher. 48% chance of a cut in June. So nothing really crazy, right? It's a pretty muted Fed day, right? Nothing really crazy, right? Nothing really crazy. We knew it was going to be. I mean, we knew with an insanely high degree of probability it was going to be a pause, but yeah, I mean, pretty muted response, right? Morning, Luke. Morning, Ty. Morning, Miss Amanda. Be happy to know it's -4, just north of Indy right now. Hope everybody. I did look at the weather today, and apparently next week the heat wave's coming. We're going to get into the 20s, which, as you guys all know, 20s right now would feel awesome, right? Would feel awesome. So we'll take it. Still not above freezing to get rid of all this snow, but we'll take it. All right. No cut, no significant outlook. Government shutdown on the horizon. Still sitting on hand. Yeah, pretty much, Nate. Right? Yeah. I don't think anything. We were laughing about this. That, like, with everything that's gone on in the past couple years, or basically since COVID, it took a worldwide pandemic to get a significant oh my gosh moment on the markets, right? Any sort of significant continued down move. We've had government shutdowns, wars stopping, wars ending. Apparently we found aliens. Those are a thing now. The markets are just like, whatever. Been through it all. Been through this real, other than, honestly, I bet if we got another worldwide pandemic, the markets would just, shrug it off. Right, we've seen it before. So tariffs dropped once. Now we're a bazillion points higher than we were then. So it's just like whatever. Nothing can really surprise them anymore. Yeah. So Tesla's making robots. We're going to be run by robots, right? So anyway, it seems like it's, you know, I don't know. Invade countries, wars starting, ending, yeah, aliens, whatever. Markets are just like, cool, been there, done that. Don't worry about it. Bye, bye, bye. All right. So anyway, I don't even know what down that, but anyway. So made it through Fed. Everything is pretty cool. So we'll see. We got news here in about 4 minutes. So let's get to it here and see where we sit after everything yesterday. There wasn't even like a fireworks show, right? Normally we get at least, a decent fireworks show that we don't normally see in the market. So it's kind of exciting to watch stuff fly around. We didn't really get much of that, right? So whatever. Again, markets are just numb to everything at this point. All right. Okay, so starting off on the VIX. Now, talking about things that could create fireworks. All right, here's where we're sitting on the VIX. Now, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index, right? This leads our U.S. indices. Okay? Now, when we zoom out, we are still, am I all crooked here? When we zoom out, we're still in these much larger short setups, right? There's no doubt about that. From November 18th down here to our lows on December 12th. Okay, there's that pullback, right? Now, the only thing that's really spooky right now is, and we watch out for it once a month, is from our old contract lows to new contract highs. And we have not broken that, and we continue to defend it. That's not a cool thing for the markets, okay? So that's drawn from our 1580s to 2095. All right. And that has not broken. In order to break that, right, we would need 1777, round down to 75, subtract a tick, 70. So we would need to break the 70s. And then the indices are in the clear. But you can see we have continued to defend. Now, another thing we're watching here, on the long side, on the VIX, is these counter trends coming out of this. All right, so from 18s, right, to our highs, you'll see 1839. Oop, get down there. That's wrong. There we go. 1838, round down to 35, add a tick or subtract a tick. 1830. Well, we have defended the 30s violently, right? During US yesterday, Asia or Globex, Europe, right? So we've defended these. That's not awesome for the indices at all, okay? Because when we're coming out of these old contract lows to new contract highs, the big one that didn't break, the super spooky one, and then we start holding longs, that's not cool, okay, for the indices. Now, we still have this short that's holding above us, all right? We absolutely still have that. And that's from these 2095s down to these 1780s. Okay, we still have that we've traded up into it once, but you can see we're starting to get a little battle over the trend here. And if the VIX continues to hold, and I'll show you this on the indices, but if the VIX continues to hold these longs, right, then, indices could make some serious pullbacks. We see it, we see it plenty when this starts to happen, and the VIX just will not give up the ghost on the long side. We see it, and nothing in our markets turns fast, right? So we see it starting to happen, and then the indices are going to follow. Okay? All right. So we've got to pay attention to this. All right? Absolutely have to pay attention to this. This is not right now. Now, not to say this can't change. Okay, here's our news. This can't change, later today. But as of right now, this is under the hood, not a good look for the indices. All right. Now, if we break these 30s, great. We can fall all the way back down to the bottom of this range and hopefully break this thing. But if we continue to hold, not a good look. Okay, not a good look. Thanks, Nate. Here you go. Yeah, just listen to me. Let me run the 30 trillion, whatever that the Fed has. Can you imagine running the 30 trillion? Oh gosh, that would be fun. I wouldn't last very long. I don't think, but that would be cool. All right, I just manipulate the hell out of the VIX, right? Just control all the markets, just control the VIX, control everything. All right, I'd make every single gap fill work, and just I'd get called into FOMC HR pretty quick. All right, so we'll see, guys. We'll see coming out of this. This isn't super pretty. All right, this isn't super pretty. All right. So any questions here on the VIX, guys? Any questions on that? Hang on real quick. I gotta fix my screen. 1 second, guys. Any questions on that? Anybody? Yeah, right. Keep doing the lives. I don't know. I don't think there'd be any sort of conflict of interest if I just kept doing the lives and controlled the U.S. economy. I think we'd all be sitting pretty then, you know. I don't see anything wrong with it. All right. Okay. Yeah. Just a code name and no video, I'm good to go. I'll just tell you what to do. Right? No charts, just say, okay, get long this today, get long the ES today, and hold it until I tell you otherwise. Oh, mercy. Can you imagine? God, the guy's a genius. Right? Okay. Yeah, I'd be like, okay, Nancy today is going to, yeah. All right. Okay, everybody good? Yeah, that's my first order of business is new FOMC. I get TradingView to stop rolling the damn VIX early. All right. First order of business. Oh, I don't know if that counts as a swear. Okay, moving on to our financials. All right, we're still on bank. Okay, we're still in our halfway back on the year. Okay, January 2nd to highs, right there. All right, we haven't broken that. All right, now it's kind of going sideways. We haven't lifted off yet by any means. Okay, so we'll see today. Let me go out to the 1 hour. We'll see today where we open up, right, and which direction we get moving. Now there is something here of note now, and I wanted to bring this up because we're going to see it everywhere else. These weird spikes, okay, and we see these on the indices too. We're kind of ignoring these, right? Anytime we get these Fed spikes, this was a Fed spike right at 2:30 when Powell started speaking. Many times market participants will just ignore this, right? This is low liquidity, right? It's not controlled, structured price action. So, and it's all based on an event. So a lot of times we will just ignore those. All right. So what we're going to watch here are these yesterday's highs to lows, and just take this out of the mix. So, and again, you'll see this on the indices as well. So we'll see if we can get through that on our financials. All right. Then we should be in quotes, markets can do whatever they want, but we should be in good shape if bank can get through that, right? And then we'll see if we can lift off, start holding pullbacks and change trend. Okay, so again, kind of unknown right now, but we're still in our halfway back long on the year. Okay, that hasn't broken. All right. Okay, now if this thing takes off, right, then all bets are off. Like indices are making, regardless of what bank is doing, indices will make much larger pullbacks. Okay. All right. So on the ES, now here's where we are. On the S&P, okay, when we go out and we look at the S&P 500, right, you'll see that we've had these dip into highs, right? And this market participants very often look at this as a failed breakout, right? A failed breakout of our all-time highs. Okay, and then we redefended it. So again, we don't have to play narrative, right? We don't have to play chart pattern. We don't have to play any of that because we understand how price works, right? And price will tell us everything we need to know. But if we start breaking longs now, okay, on the ES, then we've got something to work off of. Okay, there's the dip into highs on the ES right there, right? And we actually dipped into it again right there. So this is what we're going to watch. All right, remember these. We had these pullbacks, right? We had these pullbacks right here. And that's where we opened this week, right? Sunday night, Monday. That's what we dropped into. Now we've gone to and through that target, right? Now this extension has failed. Okay, absolutely it has. All right, absolutely that extension has failed. Now, coming out of our Sunday night, Monday, we had this move right here, right? And then coming off of these highs, this was the 3:45 a.m. on Monday that we were using, right? Held. It broke, but see, that's that spike, right? That was right at the end of the day, this weird spike, okay? So we're going to take that out of the mix, just like we are on the financials. Mix. And then you can see we redefended, right? And have lifted off and have broken the short from highs. Okay. So what we're going to watch going into the morning are these lows. I know it looks wonky, but hopefully you're following what I'm saying. When we have these low liquidity events that aren't structured by institutions and they're not structured by Wall Street, they're just a reactive low liquidity. Wall Street's not trying to play big spikes, and they don't like that, right? That's an unknown. So we redefended it, broke the short from highs, so we're going to watch from this low, which was right at 4 o'clock yesterday, 4 p.m. Eastern. Okay, to highs. All right, so we can get rid of this just so it doesn't get in the way. So that's what we're going to be watching right there. Okay. And those lows on the VIX right here, those 1830s, call it. So that was at 6 p.m., 2:45 a.m., right? Here's 2:45 a.m. right there. There's 6 p.m., where was it? Was it 6 or 4? Hang on. 2:45, and then, yeah, 6:15, 3 a.m. Where's 3 a.m.? There's 3 a.m. So right up here, I don't want to get too many of these lines on here, but there's your 1830s on the VIX right there. There's the VIX support in its pullback, right? There's the VIX support in its pullback right there. And that's what we equate to right there, okay? So if the VIX can break those 1830s, right, that's what's going to be the key for us to keep going. All right. So we'll watch that for sure. Now, what else do we have up here? Well, we have the 20 handle, right? The 20 points away from our gap fill. So 7,650 is our gap fill. Here's 10 points away. Here's 20 points away. Tamika, I was thinking of you this morning when I dropped this on here. I dropped it at 70.26.49. It's like, oh man. So I almost got another one, but it wouldn't have counted because you guys didn't get to see it. But if we were ignoring that low spike, why draw the fib? Good question. Because even though we broke right? Even though we broke right here, if we follow our rules, that's not the right draw. Hang on. It was this one. All right, if we're ignoring the spike while it's breaking, right? Or while it broke, we would still, my goodness, we would still use the lowest point to our highs. Okay, we would still use the lowest point to our highs if we were looking at a normal series. So you could say we're ignoring this spike as a break. I don't know if you guys can see that. There we go. Ignoring this spike as a break, but still, per rules, we're going to draw from the lowest point to the highest point. All right. So we don't want to draw from this one, okay, which you could. We just don't want to misidentify anything, right? That's a very good question, right? It's a very good question because you could absolutely draw from there, but it might mess with our heads, right, if we see a trend break that isn't naturally there. So the rules are, as you know, we draw from the lowest point to the highest point, and that's why I'm using that. Yep, that's why I'm using that. You could use that for sure. I just don't, you guys know me well enough that I don't want to, you hear me say that all the time, you don't want to misidentify a trend break, so I'll give it this extra room. Right, absolutely. No, that's a good eye, Russ. Yep. Yep. So I'll just draw from the lowest point to the highest point, right? Okay, so now, and you'll see this on the NASDAQ too. Again, all this is great, but it's more of a guide because we're watching this, right? That it all defaults, right? It all defaults to what this is doing, right? So, I mean, you could literally, I'm so tired of using that word. I think that word has jumped the shark now, literally. But you could, I'm trying to do my best to clean that up. So you could make it a point, right, to just trade off of this. And I've done that exercise before intraday, just for fun. Do it on paper, don't do it for real. Where you just use this to trade the indices and you don't even look at the indices. It's kind of cool, right? It kind of reinforces what you're thinking. Let's see here real quick as we're talking about this. If that broke 70, 75. Now, we could start to get a little short off of highs here, but it really is about this. Right now, you could almost look at it as a range, right? There's the bottom of the range, which would be the top of the range on the indices. And there's the bottom of the range, or top of the range on the VIX, bottom of the range on the indices. You can almost look at it as a little range now. All right. So if we break these 30s and trade 25s, right, then we, in quotes, should be in the clear, at least for the shorter term. Okay. All right. So yeah, so that's why I'm using that low. Okay, we're coming back on those 20 points, guys. We're coming back on those 20 points right now. You know what's interesting? We're coming back to the 20 points, but look how far away the VIX is from that low. So kind of interesting right there. All right, so moving on to the NASDAQ. Now here's the NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ hit a much larger target. Okay, remember these November 21st lows to December 11th highs right there, right? We hit that target. Okay, took its own sweet time, but there we go, we got it. Now we've kind of gone through that. So is there this highs to highs on the NASDAQ? And that's a little bit different. It's drawn from December 10th, right, to our highs. And you can see when I zoom in, right, there's the spike, but then it redefended, right? There's the spike, 4 p.m. at the close, and then it redefended right there. Okay, I think this was earnings. I forget which earnings that was, but I was up doing other stuff when that happened. But I forget who reported. There were like 3 big reports yesterday, right? I wasn't really paying attention to that, but that's what caused that. Dang it, I lost my screen again. Hang on. All right, that's my goal this. There we go. That's my goal this weekend is get a new Ethernet. All right, so there's the spike, defended. So there we go. So we're watching the same thing from this low. All right, to highs, to that new high right there. Okay, so right there. All right, so pretty same. All right, same. So we'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide. All right, but NASDAQ's being pretty awesome as far as technical. Usually I'm not the biggest fan of the NASDAQ because it's kind of like on crack all the time as far as its movements, and it can be very volatile. But it's being very technical right now. All right, very technical right now. So you see if you only looked at this breaking, you would immediately draw this short from highs, right? And you'd immediately get run over. Okay, so that's why just kind of understanding these low liquidity spikes around Fed, around, you know, massive news events where all the Wall Street orders disappear and price just flies all over the place. Just understanding that we need to kind of understand our surroundings, right? And understand the environment we're in. So there we go. So that's what we're looking at on the NASDAQ. I got to get moving. All right. Now the YM and the Russells, the YM is just can't get out of its own way. All right. Just absolutely can't get out of its own way. All right. So there's our range. That's kind of obvious, right? From these lows down here, call it 49,000 to our highs up here at 49.8, call it. There's our range, right? We've broken longs from lows, broken shorts from highs, broken longs from lows, broken shorts from highs. Right, so we want to stay out of the middle of this thing until it decides what the heck it's going to do. Now, there is one level here that, you know, we can pay attention to, and that's just from our highs on the 22nd, okay, to our low, or to our new low. See how this is broken, and then all of a sudden we've held it. Right, I know it's kind of a wonky draw. All it's doing really is marking the middle of the range. Right, and we know eventually the middle of the range will hold. We just don't know when that's going to be. Right, it's kind of like picking a top or picking a bottom. Eventually you'll be right, but like here you'd be wrong 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe you picked it. Right. If you still had an account, right? But that's why we're watching that middle of the range right there. Okay, so we'll see. I mean, we could come off the bottom, lift all the way back up to the top, right? We want to trade the extremes, right? So you can trade the top of the range, trade the bottom of the range. Be real careful in the middle of this mess, right? So we'll watch bank. YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see. YM's not the easiest to trade right now unless you're just trading the range. All right. Moving on to the Russells. Now the Russells is different. Russells is in shorts. Okay. It's halfway back on the year down here. Okay. That's from January 2nd to our highs. Halfway back on the year down here. It is going down in a series of shorts right now. Notice I said right now. Okay. So coming off of our highs on the 22nd to our lows, right there. Now we've broken this long from lows, and here's this pullback. All right there. Trade it once, right there. Target. Here's number 2. Right there. Okay. So we'll see if it holds below that. If bank opens up and starts to weaken, right, we'll roll right out of that sucker, right down into targets. Now bank opens up and rips, we're just going to go back to the top of the range. That's why the indices are not the easiest of the instruments sometimes to trade, right? There's a lot of influences. Okay, but the Russells is in shorts. Absolutely, Russells is in shorts. And we know in the past when it's done this, we just wait on bank, and man, can we take advantage of that, right? We've had 2 or 3 of them over the past few months. Just got to kind of be patient, right? Okay. So whatever the hell it's Russells. Russell's is the only one of the indices in short setups, unless you want to count that middle of the range on the YM, which we're not counting that yet. All right, so we're getting up into the 20 handle or 20 points away here. All right, so it looks pretty good. So if we do open outside of these 20 points, we've still got this up here. But if for some reason the VIX still has this room, right? That's what we're watching. The VIX has room back to these 1830s, which means the indices could lift off. Now, if we're just, trading the probabilities, we are at the 20 points. So we'll see. Okay, any questions, VIX Bank indices? I got to move through these other ones here. Any questions, VIX Bank indices? All good. Okay. All right, moving on to Bitcoin. There was a development here on Bitcoin. All right, and we'll see if this materializes. So we're still in these shorts. We're still in massive daily shorts or weekly shorts, daily shorts, and here's our khaki shorts. I made that joke yesterday. It cracks me up. Did you catch that, Ed, when I said that? January 14th to our lows on the 21st right there, right? Now, we came back up and broke that short from highs, but then we immediately turned around and we broke this. No doubt about it. All right, so it's like, okay, cool. All right. So we'll start watching from these highs. Kind of chopping around inside this larger move, but we'll see. We're kind of just awaiting, right? We got targets. We got plenty of targets. You want targets? We got targets for you. We got targets all the way down to 33.5. All right, so let's go. Let's get it going. All right, so we'll watch these little pullbacks here. All right, and if these little guys hold, then we're starting this. We got targets out at 84.6, call it 85. Okay, so that was a development. That lows of the week to highs of the week breaking. I didn't see it coming. Right. Then again, my crystal ball's in the shop, but I fully expected us to make this squeeze up here. But show you what I know. Just do what price says. All right. Okay. So there's Bitcoin. Crude oil going ballistic. Gotta love that. Still irritated. So here's crude oil. Man. All right. So the reason you guys were on the call with me when this traded, right? Remember this? And I was like, oh, damn, I missed it. I'll get the pullback. Laughing at me now. So here's that pullback. That was from, make sure you guys can see this. From this low on December 16th, right, to our highs on January 14th. There was a pullback, right? And then we broke shorts, and then this was the pullback I missed right there. But now we've gone to and through this target, haven't we? So we've got a highs to highs here. All right. Highs to highs right there. Right there. Okay, so that's what it looks like. Now we do have to watch. There's a great big halfway back short up here that we'll have to pay attention to. But that big short above us means zero until we break longs, right? So there we go. So if we do get a pullback, since we hit the larger moves target, we're going from highs to highs. So that high is on the 14th to highs. Look at crude oil go. All right. Now moving on to gold and silver. Nope, silver's popping up there too now. Okay. So gold's on crack. It needs to get itself some help. It's going straight up. This is what I mean. Straight up. Okay. What were we talking about earlier? Last Friday, we were wondering if we were going to hit 5,000 on a Friday. We didn't hit 5,000 on a Friday. We hit it on a Monday, and now we're at almost 5,600. Right. So bye-bye 5,000 psychological level. All right. So the next extension long that we're in, you just have to trust me on this. I don't have time to walk it up. From January 26th, highs to highs. That's the most current one that we're in right there. Okay, so we'll see if we get a pullback. Keep an eye on these 38.2%.
Aaron, if you want to go through it, you're probably good till 9:15. So up to you though.
Okay. All right. So watch these 38.2. You're probably going to get gobbled up. Okay, these have been getting gobbled up pretty quick. All right, so keep an eye on that. If we do get a pullback, now this breaks, different conversation. That's not a trend break. That just means we haven't traded from this anchor yet, right? So we don't really know. Okay, we don't really know. The best we got was this kind of pseudo pullback here, right? So we don't officially know this exists yet. We'll have to watch it trade, watch for a reaction, and then we can go with it. But if that breaks, no big deal. We're just going to fall back into our original anchors. Okay, but that's what we're looking at right now. All right, silver, as of right now, it looked like it was starting to make its push. So remember what we were looking at on silver here. Let me walk this up. We had these lows. This was a halfway back on the week on that anchor was January 11th. Hang on, make sure you guys can see that. All right, January 11th. That's the anchor we're using. All right, traded once, twice, 3 times, and this is all we got on that next pullback. So that target is up here. Crazy. 126.63. Okay, and then coming out of these lows, actually was right here, 10 a.m. on Tuesday. What do you know? Okay, 10 a.m. on Tuesday. There's our pullback. Okay, now we hit that target. Just going up in a series. Boom, boom, right there. Okay. So we're just going up in stair steps up into this larger target. All right, larger targets up here again, 126.63. We can just continue to trail, right, these stair steps on the way up unless we blow through a target and go into an extension. Okay, so there we go. All right. Gold and silver just in longs, right? We just have to be patient and wait for our pullbacks. Okay, that was 3 a.m. right there. That was Europe. 3 a.m. I must be lonely. So there we go. There's gold and silver. Now, moving on to the dollar. This is where things get a little interesting. Okay, a little interesting because our dollar strength, if we do get some dollar strength, okay, and that's a big if, but if we do get some dollar strength, we could start to see a little bit of a headwind against the precious metals and the indices. Okay, so we'll see. Now, is that happening? No. Is it going to happen? No, I don't know. Again, I refer you back to crystal balls in the shop. But what I can tell you is we're stuck right here. All right, there's the long. Remember, this is just VXY is just an index. It's not the dollar. I'll show you the currencies here in a second that are inside of this. All right, but then there's that short from highs. So you can see we're in a little battle over the trend here. All right, so if we fall out of this, dollar weakness. We go to the upside, right, and start to squeeze higher. We could get a little bit of dollar strength. You might see a little hesitation, little weakness on the indices and the precious metals. Okay, so let's get to the actual currencies here. So the dollar yen, straight down, right? Here's the extension we're in from January 23rd to our lows. We made that pullback, right? To that 38.2, that's all it got. That's how weak it is. But then the dollar yen broke this. Okay? Dollar yen broke that. So that gives us a clue from these highs to lows right there. Okay? What about copper? How does copper compare to gold and silver? Just a thought. Yeah, copper's in longs. We'll go over that on the nooner. Remind me on the nooner to go over that. But copper's in longs right now. We just looked at it the other day. So here's the dollar. Here's dollar yen, right? It's in those shorts. It traded resistance, broke support, or broke its long, and there's its resistance. So this rolls out of this dollar weakness, more than likely. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but more than likely dollar weakness. Okay, if we do rip through it for some reason, which would be surprising, but if we do, dollar strength. Okay, so now here's the euro. The euro has traded its new long. All right, we've had this up here for a while. From January 20th to our highs on the 27th. All right, that was the pullback we were waiting on, and it has defended. Okay, but it didn't break the short yet, right? So we're in a battle over the trend. Okay, right there. All right, so we'll see who wins this. We pop our head up over those 61.8s. We can lows to highs, buy that pullback, right? So that would be dollar weakness. I do want to check one thing. We might even be tighter here. Yeah, this held. Look at that. Look at that. So even tighter. So we got our longs from lows, we got our shorts from highs, and we'll see who wins the battle over the trend here. All right. Remember, lifting off, be dollar weakness. Falling, dollar strength. So we're even tighter here. All right. It's kind of cool because when we do this and then eventually we break, we can buy or sell pullbacks usually with a nice trade. Okay. British pound, all right, was making its pullback. There's its extension long, drawn from the highs on January 23rd to our highs on the 27th. Awesome, right there. Now it's starting to go sideways. We're starting to build a big old sneaky snake on top of this extension, right? We've broken longs from lows, broken shorts from highs. So need to just chill out here. This is just a range as of right now. Okay, as of right now. All right. The only thing you could watch would be this little short setup leading us back down. But remember the euro. The euro's stuck. Right. So if the euro lifts off, more than likely you're going to see the pound lift off as well. Okay. So that's why I'm not drawing really anything up in the middle. You can see big old sneaky snake up here. So we'll see if we get down here and get an entry long to lift us off. Okay. All right. What do we got going? We got anything going? Gap fill 20 points. Nice entry if you got it. Really nice entry if you got the 20 points. All right. So keep an eye on the half, right? The half is the one that's had the highest participation. So just make sure, keep an eye on the half. I would suggest take at least something off, move your stop to entry, right? See if you can get the full. It's more than likely, we'll definitely see some participation at the half. But the VIX is starting to lift off here, right? VIX is starting to lift off. So could be an interesting day, right? Could be an interesting day. Okay, questions. Anything you guys might have missed? Anything you want to see again? Anybody? Everybody good? Peter, shorting silver. Got it. Yeah, that's exactly what you heard me say. Just play top picker until you get it right. I hope everybody knows I'm teasing. All right, everybody good? All right, so we're in the clear for news. There could be a little blip at 10, but wouldn't worry too much about it. All right, everybody good? Okay. All right, cool. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, everybody. Talk to you at noon.
Thanks, Aaron. Why is my camera not working? I don't know why my camera's not working. Can you guys hear me? At least I don't know why my camera's not working right now. I'll try to get that sorted out here. We have Jordan and Adidas coming on to trade live with us today. So we're going to step away here for just a couple minutes while I get them added and I get my camera issues sorted out here. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, everybody? My camera apparently still isn't working.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, good morning. Can you guys hear Adidas all right?
Testing, testing.
Sound good to me.
Okay, got a long draw, got a short draw. See what we can get today.
What's up, Jordan?
Yo, sorry. I got your text too.
Oh, you're good, man. Yeah, no worries. No
I
worries.
was running late from a meeting.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I get it. We'll talk.
I responded to you right after.
All right. Overnight action. We basically just played the yesterday's range, highs to lows, to highs, back to lows now. Interesting.
I mean, we still got Apple earnings later today.
Yeah, that's
And then
after the
next
bell
week.
today. We had Meta, Microsoft, Tesla all yesterday.
Yeah.
Meta was the only one that pumped, I think.
Yeah, Microsoft's down actually.
Yeah, I think Tesla's down a little bit too now. CVX chat looks like we were a week early. That chart broke out.
Trying to see if we break down here today.
Yeah, I think if we stay below, get back up to 55 and don't break, I'm gonna take this short, like right here. Let's see if we hold this. Short and valid.
Still think we potentially sell off a little bit.
Right. That was a quick. Okay, guys, I'm eyeing shorts.
The same here.
I missed it. Shit.
I'm on shorts here myself.
All right, guys, I'm getting real close.
It bounced. This level. Where's the can't tell if it's about to get weak again here.
I'm gonna get in on the short here. I'd like for it to pop back up.
Got the cam back. I'm back.
All right, guys, I'm short. I'm short 16 here. Short at 16. 1 point stop.
I'll be looking to kind of follow you. If this holds.
We're still in this long draw here, so let's see.
Mm.
You kind of eyeing the same move.
Guys, that's 10. Gonna need more than that.
Does it hold? Is the question. I'm eyeing shorts here myself. So we break this candle slow.
Oh,
All right, guys. I'm taking shorts here myself.
Nice trade, Adidas.
shit. Guys, I'm taking a trim here at 94. Stops break even.
And my stops are going to be at 129.
As the next trim's at 82.50.
Trying to see if we kind of come target here at 78. All right, let's see, almost there. Give me a 1R. Oh my God, I'm gonna do that again.
That missed my trim by like.
Literally got 2 points away. Let's see if
It's
you come
getting
back.
there. It's getting there. I do have a level.
Yeah.
There it is. There it is.
Oh,
I got stops at break even. I'm taking the trim.
as I'm trailing this from 107.
Ooh, nice
Let's
job
go,
there.
baby.
As that's 60 points.
40 points for my entry.
Wow, the YM only index pumping right now.
Right here. And then trail kind of from there. So get a 2R. I'm trying to see if we get about 50 points. I'm about 43. Come on, give me that 2R. Give me a trending day.
We went to downtrend, eh?
Yesterday we were like chopping around, and then we finally ended up getting a move. As soon as I got off, I was like, "Oh my gosh!"
Yesterday.
I
I was holding QQQ shorts, and we were just slow grinding, and then right after we got off stream, we finally got like the push.
All right, 2R realized, guys, moving stops to in profit to 0.79.
Guys, I'm taking one more off here at 40.50.
$60 points.
They bounce here.
Yeah. Oh wow! Finally, 80 points. Finally getting a trending freaking day. We needed that.
Let's go, baby.
80 points here for me. 80 points. I'm taking a trim here. Oh my gosh! Finally, bro. Needed that bad.
She's flushing.
3R realized moving trail stops.
I'm taking one here at 24. I got one more running. That's it for
To
me on the stream.
54. Unless we go target 90 points, almost realized we go to target. That's it. Trail stops gonna be at 54.
Yeah, I think we're gonna come down to 982s here. 983 at least.
100 points realized here. Trail stops gonna be at 50 points right here. I got this last target at 989.
Was we gonna make a quick day of it or what? I can't say me, you two. I was over here messing with my camera. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, that was fast. Trail stops.
But I'm hyped to see it. I like to see the boys eating. The dynamic duo over here, baby.
Yeah, when we both get in, it's nice.
I gotta make like a dynamic, like a Batman and Robin GIF or something that we can play on stream here.
Come on. It was
I wish we could move this quickly yesterday.
Bro, yesterday was awful, bro.
I thought you caught that. I came back. I saw
it. I caught it. And then, like, yesterday, we got 3 losses. 2 of them were 2 points away. 2 points away from my break even in trim, and got stopped out twice. Ended up getting DLL. I was like, all right, bro.
That's tough.
It's like 2 points away, and it's like, yeah, like you should have just taken the
Oh,
trim.
that's the worst. That's so frustrating.
I know. It's just like, damn, and as soon as I got off, you know how it goes. It's like flushed.
Yep. Yeah, I was in shorts, but I was in options, and it was such a slow grind down. They didn't move that well. They finally got going once we got that like flush. It was like 2 hours into the day.
Yesterday is one of those days where it's like higher time frames definitely benefited you a little bit. I was trying to like go a little bit lower to get a better RR. It's just, yeah, it was rough. Guys, I want to see if we get to like 100 points realized here. I'm still holding.
My trail for this last one's at 70, so I'm just gonna let this play out.
Yeah, same here. I'm kind of let's play out. My trail is at 54. Let's see if we get like a push. Hopefully, don't pop too much. Come on, give us 100. Let's flush. Break this low.
Oh, it wants more.
Come on, give it to us. Break it, break this low.
More.
Come on, break that low.
Already at 100 plus here, but
I'm at 83.
I do
Play has a little bit more in the tank here. It's fighting a little bit.
if it were to bounce, this is the area.
I mean, that's what I think it's doing, but don't speak it to existence, man.
Well, I want to take this long.
Listen, we got a level at 982.75. I feel like it's got to attack. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. That's when is that? Yesterday was Wednesday. That's Tuesday's opening print. Is what it is. We gapped up Tuesday.
There we go.
That's
there we go.
Yep.
There we go. Coming target.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
There we go.
All
Plus.
right, guys, I'm taking this 125 plus.
I took that. I'm all out.
I'm done.
$800 in the day right there.
Let's go, boys.
Whew, needed that one. It's been a weird week, bro. Needed that one though.
There you go. Isn't that wild though? How sometimes just like one good trade can
just
fix all, a week full of headaches.
Yeah, man, that was a banger.
And that's the thing.
We couldn't have like played that trade even better.
What were you gonna say, Adidas?
Like that's the thing. Like it literally just takes. I could grind for 2 weeks and then have 2 good days, and I'm good.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's really what it's about, being able to stay in the game.
Yeah.
When it's when you're not getting those good days,
Yeah.
And be able to stay patient and know like, hey, this is just the streak. Once it starts to work in my favor, it will, and it'll make up for this. There's the level.
I told him too, is like, yo, we're gonna always have at least one trending day of NQ, So I know it happens. Here we are. My rule is if I make more than $800 in a day, it's my R, I'm done. So
yeah, there you go.
I'm done. We got out perfectly. I actually got to catch a flight too, so it's not working out. I'm gonna tell you, we'll start on Tyler on Friday. Next week I had a last minute
okay
trip.
For like the afternoon session.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, that's cool. So we'll just wrap at the nooner here. That works.
Yeah, I'll be back.
But then we can start getting into it, and then if there's anything you want to do specifically, just let me know. We can get it going.
I think, and in chat too, like let us know. Like we're gonna on Thursdays for the people who join, like going to do like a little bit of like an educational class. So if it's like just trade breakdowns, if it's like teaching like a particular like lesson or topic, like let us know in the chat what you guys are interested in. Let Tyler know throughout the week, and then
Yeah,
that
we can make sure we have something prepped.
We can break it down. Oh yeah, this John is 150
She's
points.
flush and the VIX is pamping.
Yeah, I needed that trade right there.
All right, I think it's time. There we go.
You go long?
You
go long?
You're going long?
You crazy?
This always does this, by the way.
I'm long 70 right now.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go.
70.
I mean, he's good for like.
I mean, I'm probably gonna get stopped.
No, hey, listen. There's levels here. If we don't see any sort of bounce here, I would be kind of surprised, to be honest. But we'll see. This thing is flushing hard.
The whole idea of catching a falling knife just always.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm already out of it.
that was quick. Quick clip right there, baby.
This can go one or two ways for Adidas.
This thing looks like it. We have a gap from Monday. Monday's close. It looks like it kind of wants it. I think it's Monday.
I mean, we dropped fairly hard right
Yeah, 120 January 26th. That's Monday, right?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, okay. 15 minutes.
It's not even done.
We're only 15 minutes into the day. That's wild.
I guess we got to take the short again.
Going over trade.
So Jordan, you said you made $800 there, so that's what, $800 in under 15 minutes. Not a bad hourly wage. Adidas, you might have made even more there. What'd you make on that trade?
1950 on that one.
There you go, baby. So there we go. We're 15-minute close. We just got it.
It doesn't get better than that.
That's top notch trading income right there.
And it was pretty easy. I mean, we kind of talked about the level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gave us a move.
Y'all gonna kill me. Oh.
He's going again, baby. He's going again.
He can't help himself.
Listen,
one more. I'm waiting right here.
I know he spreads his risk across accounts.
He cycles it. He cycles it. That's one thing people don't know. But he definitely
it sounds like he's rattling them off like a lot. But yeah, when you're cycling it between 5 accounts.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me get in.
Yeah. Well, you do your thing. You do your thing, boo boo. You focus in. We're just talking about you. Don't even listen to us.
Okay. No. I'm not kidding. I was waiting. I should have. I was looking at that short at 50, but I wasn't sure. Yeah. So I cycled through 6 prop firms. 2 of them are live. So every trade I do, I just go to each one. So one prop firm will have a couple accounts. I'll group trade that. So that'll be my one trade. And then I cycle through. And then I have my automations on some other accounts.
I actually don't even hate NQ long attempt right here. This was I'm
pretty sure this is trying to.
This is one of my lower levels here. 25.912.50 is from Monday, unless it wants to fill the gap on Monday and go all the way to Monday's close. But right now we're getting a nice bounce.
Do I want this?
Right off that level.
All right, I'm waiting for this 1 minute close, and I'm gonna go long. I think I may have missed it, but let's see. I knew it. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me.
Explain, like, I'm also asking for myself.
Yeah.
I know Adidas you're seeing a bigger long draw. I'm just trying to understand on the, like, I could understand if you were finding the long draw on like a 15-minute time frame, a higher time frame, but how is this coming into a long draw on a 1 minute when the 1 minute is obviously extremely bearish? Like,
so, okay, so if you look at, so normally what I'll do, I guess 4 different things. So when the 15-minute gets set and I see on the 15-minute or low. Plus we have like a weekly value area high. If I see it try to base around there, and then if you see on Tuesday, that's also that bottom. That's the only reason why I would take that long.
Okay.
What I'm looking for are people that were possibly buyers here. Maybe they have stops, right? It's more kind of like psychology. I'm trying to think about other people trading. So here, when I see that we're on these what 3 different levels, we're on a wick low from that Tuesday.
Mhm.
I look to see if I can possibly um, get 100-pointer. But see, those plays are like maybe a 10-1, right? They're like a 8, 10-1. So I don't mind.
Because the R is so good.
Yeah, exactly. I don't mind taking. I could take 2 losses. It doesn't matter because I could take. Normally, I take for every 5 losses, I make up my money with one win. Right. So that's what I try to do. My win rate is I don't know. I'll have to look at the stats. No, surprisingly, like when I go to the prop firms, my win rate's like anywhere from 50 to 70%, but I feel like it's lower. Like when I'm trading, because I'll take like a couple losses and then one big trade. I'm good. So that's kind of how I trade. I could have a win percentage of like 20% and still be profitable.
You're powerful, yeah. And that's good. That's just more so due to your risk management.
Yeah. Plus, the only thing that's bullish right now is like maybe the daily. I don't know, but when it's NQ and I'm scalping like this, I kind of just look for like 3 confluences that I like. So if we're in between 3 or 4 levels, got the 15-minute or a low, and now you got the weekly value area low plus the on that Tuesday. That's all I'm looking for.
That makes sense.
So in that trade, I wouldn't be trading any fibs. That
Okay.
wouldn't be a fib trade on that one.
I'm keeping an eye on a counter trend QQQ.
Oh, they got you too.
Trade. But we'll see. We're kind of rejecting these 2 levels here. I want to see us get back above. The bounce was strong, but if we reject below this low again, I'm not interested.
Yeah, see now, like the price action is telling you most likely it's probably just kind of possibly kind of chop a little bit before picking a direction.
Yeah.
So now we're kind of like it's like a coin flip if I were to take this trade.
Yeah, if we're
but I would
go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I would prefer this short. So if we stay below like 50, I'd want to take this short.
Yeah, this move down was strong enough that you would I would at least kind of anticipate, like you said, a little bit of potential chop here where your turns into essentially a bear flag. And then if we get the trend day, that bear flag then breaks down. Right. That bounce was strong was strong enough at first that I thought we might get a little bit of V bounce type of action, but this that quick rejection, not as interesting.
I see, like this is like this long would kind of be a 50-50 shot. I don't really love it, but I may get in actually. I see when I see stuff like that, that's like you normally don't want to go long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a shot.
Gotta love Adidas, man.
I'm not in yet, just waiting. All right, guys, I'm in here. Ooh, 23. I'll take that.
You got 23 points already?
No.
Oh,
long at 23.
Like, damn, I'm not looking at the chart right now. That's why.
And Q just gave us a quick stab to a new low.
This is my last attempt long. I'm not doing this again.
It's so crazy too. Like yesterday, like FOMC really didn't.
Yeah,
It didn't.
it's kind of chill, all things
There's
considered.
no rate cut or anything. Plus Powell's on his way out, so
Yeah, he didn't answer any questions about any of the drama either.
Definitely did not. That was a really good retest.
stopped out on this one. All right, guys, that's 20 points. Well, not quite. There we go. 20 plus. Stops break even.
So you do your stops not based on like a R multiple, more so just like on a point system.
And my stop loss is always 20. So anytime I'm looking, if
so that's 1 R is when you lose stops break even then.
if I'm on a counter trend like this, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like something riskier, I'm gonna break even after like 20. But I'm not gonna take profit until. So my target is my first TP would be that 90 up here, so about 50 points.
That makes sense.
If I get anything here. I mean, we literally just have to break this 50. That's it. I mean, I would prefer to be short, but that's. All right, on this next 1 minute, if we don't close above 50, I may close this out. Yeah, okay, guys, I'm out of this long at 20 points here. Just watching the price action. If I don't like it, it's better for me to get out there than get break even or something.
Meta has faded its strength a little bit. Still up 8% on the day, but intraday it's kind of sold off a bit. Microsoft really weak still.
Microsoft's been having a little bit of a rough year, man.
Yeah, Tesla's selling off.
I like Microsoft. Guys, I'm eyeing shorts here. Trying to get in. Drop down already. Oh my goodness! Come on. That would have been another 20-pointer. Shoot.
All right, you guys. That's it for me. I'm out of here.
All right, bro.
I will see you all tomorrow.
Yeah,
you did tomorrow, brother.
Yeah, in Discord tomorrow. For those guys, Jordan, have a safe flight, and we'll see you next week.
Peace.
All right,
man. Still on for a little bit here. Oh, I think I missed this short. That was 40 points. I cannot believe I didn't pull the trigger fast enough. Oh,
move quick.
Yeah, that was quick.
Pretty accurate little bounce and rejection off these kind of sets of levels I have. Monday's close was at 854. At this point, I think I may want to go fill that gap.
Like I want to keep shorting. That was the last short I had there at where I wanted to take it. So now I'm kind of just sitting.
True, she's still just flushing.
What's going on? Earnings weren't even bad.
Yeah, and like Meta is still up 8%. So I mean, you would think that would hold us up a little bit, but Microsoft is down 11%. So let's see. Nasdaq's down 11%. Palantir's down 4.3%. D-Dog down almost 7%. Just looking at names in the Nasdaq.
You're really flushing.
YM has given up its strength, so has RTY. So all four indices weak here.
Should have just kept holding that short. That's
for real. Points. That bounce was a pretty big bounce though, from 912 all the way up to almost 600, or no, over 600. Yeah, so it was about 100-point bounce from the lows there.
Oh,
really tough to hold through that. But dang, she's just flushing. We just absolutely blew through that Monday's close. Holy cow!
And gold.
Is gold? I haven't looked at it.
I mean, that was a 150-point drop. Jeez.
Oof.
Oh no, not that bad. Okay.
Wow. NQ is just.
See what NQ's doing. Oh my goodness.
Wish I had the QQQ puts today. Dang nabbit. Yowzers. That's craziness. NQ down almost 1.5%. 360 points.
Whoa, gold.
Gold going with it. It's all selling. I wanted to clip a quote from Aaron today.
Okay. So gold's on crack.
Oh man, it's like kind of
so gold's on crack. So gold's on crack. On crack.
And crypto getting wrecked too.
It's gonna be market death today.
So gold's on crack. Gold's on crack. On crack. It needs to get itself some help.
That's a pretty big drop. You're going to go long on gold here in a second.
Whew, babe, we are just Flushing.
Take this along at 80 here at gold. Stop is going to be 75. Oh my God. Oh my God, I got immediately stopped out.
So we're only
Gold getting just annihilated here.
Volume is huge. We're 34 minutes into today. I'm looking at the hourly chart, but this is, I don't have the extended hours turned off on this one, so this looks like 2 bars, but this is really just the first 34 minutes. You can see IQ has erased 3 full days of upside move in the first 34 minutes. But 1, 2, 3, all the way back down at Monday's low, or Monday's open. It's getting ugly.
VIX still has plenty of room to go up to. I keep seeing too many longs. I can't. I can't take them. Break above 845. Too many levels. I think that might be it for me. See how the automations are doing.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything I want to do either, to be honest.
Yeah, this is tough. Even my automation's kind of like barely green.
Yeah.
Not really doing anything. I'm surprised I didn't catch that short though.
Yeah, like I don't want to short all the way down here. I missed the move. And I'm not necessarily expecting a big bounce. So I'm probably just going to be hands off as well.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see my chart. So the automation took the short. I'm wondering why I'm only up like, oh, it's because I have multiple running. Took the short here at like 26.32, exited at 9.39, and then took another short and exited, and now it's in another short. So let's see if it's currently in a short. Give it another 1 minute. Looking to see maybe we can get this another short, but I would need for us to get really back, almost up like 50 points. So. That was quite a move.
Yeah, for in such a short period of time.
Yeah.
You know, sold off 300 and what was it? Almost 400 points, I think, in less than 30 minutes. That's a pretty harsh move. We definitely could rally a decent bit here before putting in some sort of lower high and then continuing lower.
Oh wow, gold.
It's just dying. I guess it was due for a pullback at some point.
It's at this long draw. It's 30-minute long draw. So I mean, all right, guys, I'm gonna take. Oh man, this is tough to take a long here. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna take a long on gold here. Just waiting. I'm in here at 31 short on gold.
Oh, baby, does she keep dumping?
Stop's going to be 20 on this one.
I dig it. I dig it.
No way. Ooh.
You hit your profit target already?
No, I'm long.
Oh, you're long.
Oh,
Oh, okay. I thought you said you're short. I thought you said you're short. Okay.
Oh, my bad, guys. Did I say short?
No, you might not have. I could have for sure missed that.
I think I messed up. There we go. I'm taking this 8 points. This is actually crazy price action. This is insane. I'm gonna F with this. All right, guys, I'm all done here. Man,
Well, good trading, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad we caught that. It's always nice to have one account nice and big.
Yeah.
All right, I'll catch you later, buddy.
Yeah, man, sounds good. We'll talk to you later. Well, here, chat. I don't know. Maybe a counter trend long. Ooh. Oh, man, chat. Don't go anywhere yet. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. I got a couple accounts, Tradify accounts to give away. What screen am I on here? The wrong one. We got Tradify, since they had to push the game show back on us till next week here. He gave me a couple accounts to give away. So let's see. How do we want to go about doing them? So if you're still here, chat, drop your name in the chat. And I'm going to start putting together a prize wheel. And we'll, since Jordan and Adidas are done already, we'll pick a couple winners. But I want to do it with people that were here and are still here. So if you haven't hopped off yet, drop your name in the chat. We got 100. No, let me see what we got. 100 accounts. That's not what I meant to say. We got some 50K select accounts from Tradify. Anybody else? I'm not even on YouTube to see. Technical difficulties today. Anybody catch the short? Well, maybe we'll have to wait till Aaron comes on. We got a few more people on then. All right, well, yet to be, I think I got to give you one of the 50Ks just for being our loyal viewer here. we're just gonna have to do it, and then we'll do. I got a couple more we can do when Aaron comes back on for the nooner. Wrong button. Oh boy, does this just keep dumping today? I know, for real. For real. No, I agree, Tamika. We'll send you one. And then we'll do I totally forgot. I sent him an email this morning and he reached out and let me know they had an outage apparently yesterday and it was all hands on deck, so they pushed me back again till next week. And so I asked them if we could have some accounts to give away, and then I totally forgot to check my email when Jordan and Adidas were on because my camera wasn't working. And yeah, so but that's all right. We'll do a couple during the nooner with Aaron. Try to look at what these select accounts are here. Why is it this hard? So the select accounts. Oh, you can do daily payouts or flex payouts. So the 50K's profit target is 2,500 with a 2K trailing drawdown. You have a 40% consistency roll in the eval, so it would take you 3 days to pass. So I think these accounts are pretty good rolls. They're like the little bit longer to pass on the accounts, but they're better. They're the better accounts once you're funded. So let's see. Select. Okay, so yeah, so it takes you 3 days to pass the eval, but there's no consistency in sim funded, and it looks like you can get 5-day or daily payouts. I think it's a different price, but I'm not sure if the free coupon will let you pick either one you want or not, to be honest with you. But Tamika can let us know. I don't know. We got a level here. I'm thinking about maybe trying a little counter trend long, just to see if we can get a rally. I mean, we could rally up to all the way up to 25,900 and still be in a downtrend. I don't know if I'm just trying to pick the bottom here though or not, and will I regret it? I'm gonna try small size. Tamika, I'll send you the. I think we have a chat in Discord. I'll send you the coupon in there. I tried an NQ long there. I got filled at 757. So it immediately went green here. Oh, nice. Let's go. Let's go. The levels on NQ have been so accurate recently in getting, you know, they may break, but before they break, they bounce, right? And then reject, and then hold, but then break, trade all the way just level to level. So trying to give us a little bounce here, but very anti-trend, so we'll see. We were up about 20 points in this one, but now we're back to about break even. There we go. There we go. I just took a trim there. 90. We were up 35 points. All right, there's. Oh, there we go. There's 810. All right, I actually traded minis there. Let's go. Let's go. That's a nice entry. It's a nice entry, quick scalp. 820, so where it's 80 points there. 60 points. 60 points there. We just hit 60 points there. Sorry, I'm trying to do math. I'll do 5 other things. We'll see. We have this previous 2-minute lower high. If this is to get any follow through, it'll need to get above that. I'm down to just a runner here, though. Not aiming for all that much more. Sold off pretty harsh. I don't need to try to hold for some crazy big move. That's anti-trend. I put a stop at 25,744, so it's like 13 points. It's a 13-point stop on the runner. So we'll see how this one plays out here. For a little bit. What time is it? 10:30. Probably will wrap a little early today. All the trades we've gotten into have just worked out quickly. Tamika, I just sent you the Tradeify 50K select coupon code. So when you go into purchase account and Tradeify, put that in, it'll give you the price at $0 and you can get set up. Thank you for always being on, being a loyal listener, watcher, viewer, I should say. So generally speaking, chat, I like to trade with the trend. This is obviously very anti-trend, but just pretty dang extended to the downside pretty quickly. We haven't even got our first hourly close here. We opened at 26,133. Traded all the way down to 25,720. So, you know, a little over 400 points in 40 minutes. Eventually, you think you'd see a little bit of profit taking, a little bit of bounce. So it's off a level. Do have a level as a reference point. I put my oops. Like Aaron over here screwing up my thinkorswim screen. Yeah. All love Aaron, all love. But my stops like right underneath this 5-minute candle's low. At what did I say? It's at 44. I traded this on minis actually. So it's able to make a nice amount. Little pop over this. Get a little bit more over this little 2-minute high, and I'll probably just take my profits. We get a little break over here, somewhere around 25,840s or so. I just go all out. VIX is starting to see a pretty decent pullback here. Wow, gold is still dumping. Good thing Adidas took his quick scalp. Shoo, gold is just falling off a cliff. All right, so we're rejecting that little 2-minute high area there. So 2 minutes not even able to really start changing trend. You know, the 2-minute made a lower low, and we're now failing to make a higher high. We're putting in another 2-minute potential lower high, which if this now breaks to a new low, it's just the 2-minute trend continuing downward. The 5-minute is basically putting in a clean 5-minute lower high right now. Essentially, we just triggered a 5-minute sell setup on the NQs. I just got stopped, by the way. Still was able to make 1,300 on a prop account with minis there. My stop price should have been under the low of the day, based off of structure. But the reason I didn't put it there is because I just wanted to protect the profits from the two trims I took. And didn't want to give it that extra room and give back the profits that I made. But silver's dumping too, yeah. Part of me wants to, if this gets back, try one more scalp with one contract. There's a wicked gold bounce. Well, yeah, I mean that 2-minute structure just looks like a continued downtrend, right? We came down, made a new 2-minute low, like right. Oh, where's my mouse? All right, right. We're dumping here, so we make a new 2-minute low, get a pullback. So this will just be a 2-minute pullback in a downtrend. We put in a 2-minute lower high, which is confirmed as a 2-minute lower high when we make a new 2-minute lower low. We rally, attempt to make a 2-minute higher high, but we never get above this higher high and continue now lower. And we did just tick a new low there. So it's now a confirmed lower high into a confirmed lower low, which is just more continuation on the downtrend. I wouldn't be surprised if this sort of starts to flag. We kind of get some back and forth action here, which is why I'm considering trying one more scalp long, because I could see this flagging for a bit before it breaks down further, if it does break down further. I just entered a little scalp at 732.75 with a stop at 714, just under the low of the day. Try to get over the level, but rejected. All right, it got me. Still 986, but that's my last stab at counter trend. That looks like a pretty clean 15-minute 3-bar play. I'm not gonna keep trying to play with fire. 3-bar play. Oh. Al Brooks talks about the 3-bar play a lot, which is a strong trend bar, which is bar 1, an inside bar that ideally closes towards the bar's extreme, right? So if it's this downside, we want it to close near the lows. So we got an inside bar that closed near the lows, and now we broke that bar. So it's just what we call like a pause bar. Expect to see some continuation down on a 15-minute perspective. All right, chat. Well, unless anybody has any questions, I think I'm going to hop off for now. So we'll have a bit of a bigger break today, and Aaron will still be back with the nooner. We'll do a couple more giveaways at the nooner. I know a lot more people hop on when Aaron hops on for the nooner, so we appreciate those guys who are always on, guys and gals that are always on supporting the stream. So we'll do a couple giveaways for that. And yeah, good stuff today. Jordan and Adidas both caught awesome shorts off the open. Great trades. I missed it dealing with some camera difficulties. Was able to catch a little counter trend bounce there, and then a quick tight loss stop, 15 points. So small, still up 986 on the day. So overall, good day. All three of us were able to catch some wins. Hopefully you guys had a good trading day as well. stay safe out here. This is can be frustrating action, right? If you miss the short, sometimes when trends are persisting, you keep trying to catch the bottom, and if VIX is going to keep heading up in longs here, I'm sure that's what Aaron's going to say in the nooner. As long as VIX keeps heading up in longs here, the indices can keep free falling, no doubt about it. So stay safe. Stay safe. I hope y'all trade well. You can use code StockDads on Tradeify. We appreciate them hooking us up with these giveaways here. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we actually get the game show going next week. But yeah. Also, keep an eye on GameStock. If you guys haven't done GameStock yet, I think there'll be a new tournament next week. This week's tournament got up to a $500 cash prize, so and only a $5 entry, so it's pretty good. Pretty good risk to reward right there. But I'm gonna edit some content here, get it going, and then we'll see you guys at noon. So have a good lunch, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back with Aaron for the nooner. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
What's up, everybody? How we doing? Just going back through the chat. We'll give everybody a minute or two to get in. Saw this coming, guys. We were talking about this morning. So we got some really important stuff to go over here. Make sure you say hi. What's up, Miss Tomika? All right. Warming up here. We're up to like 14. Feels like a heat wave. Morning, Miss Amanda. Or morning, afternoon, Miss Amanda. Hopefully you're nice and warm. All right, here we go. 11. All right. We'll go one more minute here, guys. Luke, what's going on? Omar, what's up? We got Midwest, we got NYC, we got Florida, we got DC. All right, here comes everybody. All right, okay, let's get started, guys. Okay, so here's where we are, starting off in the VIX, and we went over this morning, right? I even posted about this. That the VIX was in longs, right? The VIX was in longs, and we know what happens when the VIX is in longs, right? So here's where we're sitting. All right, when we zoom out, now remember this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. All right, but we saw, I mean, it's pretty obvious this morning. From our highs, we're still in these shorts, right? Our highs at 25.20 down here to our lows at 15.80. Right? There's the resistance above us, absolutely. But remember, we never broke our old contract lows, new contract highs. And we know that when that happens, you know, your ears should perk up or raise a red flag, whatever analogy you want to use. Okay, so from these 1580s down here, this was on January 13th to our highs at 2095. We never broke it. And we know the possibilities here when that happens. Now, going into this morning, is what we were talking about, how the VIX was holding longs, right? It was holding long setups coming out of this old contract low, new contract high, right? And what we were talking about was we had this short above us, right? But coming out of these lows, we started holding these longs, right? This was coming out of Tuesday, Europe, all right? And we had these 30s, I believe. Oops, get up there. I believe they were the 30s. I'll have to double check here. Let me get this drawing right. Get up there. Yeah, 30s. We had these 30s right here, and we knew if those didn't break, right? If these 30s right here didn't break, they were defended yesterday, they were defended overnight, they were defended during Europe, and all we did was pull out of those and hold that next long, right? This was 38, round down to 35, subtract a tick, 30s. So we never broke that next measured move long, all right? And then obviously coming out of this low, got our pullbacks right here. Get rid of this. We don't need it. Had our pullbacks right there coming out of lows. That was at 7 a.m. This is what we were talking about. And there we go. All right, there's your downside on the indices. Okay, now, this is what we're looking at. This larger short, so this shouldn't have surprised anybody. Anytime the VIX is in longs, anytime we're defending that old contract lows, new contract highs, right, we know what potentially is getting ready to transpire, right? So path of least resistance on the VIX was up, path of least resistance was down on the indices. So this short, now we've broken that, all right? So this is where we're looking at resistance, okay, up in this area. So what is going to tell the tail is our next pullback, okay? right here. We're almost there now. Almost. So drawn from these lows at 18 to our highs at 2010, that's what we're watching. So that will give us an 1881, round down to 80, subtract a tick, 75s. So 75s and above, the VIX is still in longs. And I mean, it's still in its old contract lows and new contract highs. This is an elevated VIX right now, okay? Which is not good for the indices. All right, now, once we get to the dollar and the rest of it, you'll see. So we're coming down to this support. Now, the indices are making short pullbacks right now, okay? Indices are making short pullbacks. So this right here, right, if this holds and leads us higher, right, that's a short pullback on the indices, all right? Just about as technical as you can get. Right, so this sell-off today shouldn't have really surprised anybody, because we know when the VIX is in shorts or when the VIX is in longs, it's no time to be messing around long on the indices. Okay, so we'll see. But again, we're coming back into support right here. All right, and this is NSC strength, and you'll see it was right around 11:15, 11:30. Right, there's 11, there's 11:15 right there. Right, so there's your 11:15 profit taking, and now we're coming back into support. Okay, if somehow we break this, awesome, we can fall all the way back down to the bottom of the range. But this is the big key, because if we hang on to this, the rest of the week is going to be the VIX and longs. Not good for the indices. Okay, not good at all. So we'll see. Right, we'll see. There's going to be support here. Okay, you can hang your hat on that. There's going to be support there. It's just a matter of how much. And have we collected enough bodies on the way down? And are there enough people, market participants, that want to buy volatility as a hedge? And if there are, then there we go. Right? We've got targets way up here. Imagine where the indices would be. VIX gets up here to these targets. Right? So it's all about this move right here. All right? It's all about that move right there. Okay? So that's what the VIX is. Any questions, guys, on where we are? Any questions on where we are? Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. So, don't be chasing price all over the place when you see big red or big green candles. Be patient and let this do the heavy lifting for you. Okay, so we'll see going into the afternoon. All right, we'll see going into the afternoon. Anytime the VIX is in long, VIX is not supposed to be in longs. So anytime it is, we gotta pay attention. All right, so there's that. Now moving on to our financials. Okay, financials have been holding up like really well today. Okay, but you can see the power of the VIX, and then we had the dollar wrecking ball earlier. I'll show you that. But here's our financials. Okay, they're still in their long, they're halfway back on the year. All right, so this is providing a tailwind to the indices. All right, now if the VIX does continue down and bank continues up, then yeah, we're going to be all right. But regardless, this has to break. Okay, because this runs the show. Right, this runs the show. Everything else is just kind of ancillary to the VIX. All right, so there's bank coming out of that January 2nd lows to highs, right? We're still inside of that. Now remember, this is just an index, right? It's not traded, so it doesn't have to be exact. But what we were watching for this morning was this move that could continue to lead us straight down, right? And that broke. All right, so we'll see if bank starts to hold longs here. Again, just an index, it can be sloppy. So we'll see if we start to hold longs here and start to lift off. All right, this is the only thing right now that kept the indices from absolutely getting destroyed this morning. Okay, because we had a little bit of financial strength, or I should say, bank wasn't dropping as hard as the VIX was rising, so it held us up a little bit, right? Kind of a little safety net there. All right, so we'll see if we start defending these longs and start to lift off. If we do, and bank goes into an uptrend, we got a long way. right? There's plenty of room on our financials. All right, but we'll see. We'll see. We're going to put a little line here. See if we just go into a range. All right. Okay. So moving on to the ES. So where are we? Well, funny you should ask. I'll tell you. Okay. From our lows down here on November 21st. Okay. To our highs. That high was on January 13th. That was the pullback. Right. That has targets. Okay, up here at the 71.56. Okay, now this is the next measured move inside of that. All right, remember these lows on the 21st, right? Excuse me. To our highs, this was our Sunday night, Monday open. Excuse me. We dropped right into that on our Sunday reopen. We went to and through that target, and then we broke this extension long, okay? And the VIX broke its shorts. Okay, so the only long that we know about below us, okay, is this right here. And you see it was a little sloppy. We're not gonna get excited about that. But the big deal here, so to speak, is that pullback long on the VIX, which is this pullback on the indices. Right there. Okay, so that's what we're looking at, and you can see this holds, right? And we get market participants to sell into this, right? You're going to collect enough people long, right, thinking everything's cool, just like we had all sorts of people shorting these lows, and those people right now are fuel for that. We'll see if we have enough people getting long right as the VIX is defending this long setup. And we lift off of here, we'll use all these people as fuel for that next leg down. All right, so we'll see. We'll see. If this is sloppy, right, just keep this in mind. If this is sloppy, meaning it dips into its 61.8, it doesn't lead anything. Okay, this leads. So as long as this stays at or above the 75s and lifts off, the VIX is still in longs, okay? Which means the indices, especially the ES, could squeeze all the way back up to our highs. All right, so that's a watch. Just let the VIX be your guide, right? Let the VIX be your guide. But you can see how spooky that is, right? Dip into highs, redefended it. These are all-time highs. And then if we do hold this first short, right, we're going to fall. Okay, we're going to fall back down into this larger support, and that's a long way away. Okay, that is, call it 69.70 to 68.10, so 160 points. Yeah, that's a long way. People think the world's ending. Okay, now you can see what is potentially going on up here, right? And we've seen these before. Is we're going to go into a great big sideways range, right? We've got the top of the range, we've got the bottom of the range, we've got the top of the range. We'll see if we fall back down to the bottom. Right now, if this breaks, different conversation, okay? But we could just get trapped in this massive range and just trade that range off the VIX. That'd be fantastic. That'd be easy, okay? But you can see where, the indices are under pressure here. The indices are absolutely under pressure. Anytime the VIX is in longs and holding, that's spooky, okay? So we'll see. What are these just out of sheer, you never know what's going to happen. I'm going to put an alert down here. 81, 80, 75. All right. If these 75s break, okay, just so we know if these 75s break, okay, we're immediately going to draw highs to lows, because what that just did was confirmed that we ran into resistance. All right. Now, is that going to happen? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. But you're going to see something here. It's just a matter of how much. Right? It's just a matter of how much. Okay. So you can see we could end up that big range I was talking about on the ES. You could see us ending up in the big top of the range here, bottom of the range here at those old contract lows to new contract highs. So we'll see if we start to trend here. We're right there right now, so we should know by the end of the call what kind of reaction we're getting here. All right. Okay, gap fill this morning was awesome, right? That played out exactly like we were talking about. All right, you see it over and over. Okay, so here was our gap fill. I got the half. I've just been targeting the half lately because that's been the higher probability. But our gap fill is down here at 7,650, right? Here's 10 points away. Here's 20 points away. Well, in the morning, right, when we were down here, we were talking about we want to get an entry, right? If you got this on the live, because this happened during the live, that was just a perfect, awesome, those 20 points, right? But then I didn't, because obviously I was on the call with you guys. So I was just looking for a squeeze back up in here to give me an entry. So it squeezed back up. I got in. I didn't pick the exact top. I got somewhere in here. You know, ran it on down to the half, right? Got about 10 points or so. And then obviously we came down and filled the full and fell through it. But that's just textbook, right? You had one entry right here at the 20 points. If you're in Europe, right, you had awesome entries right here at 20 points. Then we had our 20 points this morning around 8:30, 8:45. And then we had this squeeze in the morning. And that was another one just after our open gap fill continuation trend. All right. Can I repeat the larger draw for the ES? Yep. The long, like the great big one? The great big one we're in, here, I'll just walk this up for you. The great big one we're in is from November 21st to our highs. Not our highs, but January 13th. Okay, so there's the big one right there. Remember, we already traded from this on the way up, right? We traded from it there, 38.2, target, profit taking, right? Just trailing this thing up. There's our next one. Okay. All right, so we'll see. We'll see. This afternoon should tell us a lot, right? This afternoon should tell us a lot. All about this right here. There's your reaction. See how much of a reaction we get. And see, there's orders sitting there, right? That's not just because it felt like doing that. All these orders are sitting here. So we'll see, again, if we've collected enough bodies on the way down that we can get into that. And, you know, anybody that's short volatility will have to cover. And we'll push through that. All right. Okay, we can watch for a 15-minute bar to close green and see if that'll lift us off. If we don't get a 15-minute bar to close green here, then not enough participation. There it is. So we'll see. Indices should be right into that, starting to get into that resistance, and you should see them starting to get sold into. Okay, so NASDAQ, right? So the NASDAQ hit that profit target. Remember we were talking about that this morning? NASDAQ hit this massive profit target. Big profit target. All right, and that was from our lows on November 21st to our highs on December 11th, right there. That target got hit. Okay, perfect, right? Perfect. There comes your profit taking. So we can just continue to trail on the NASDAQ from that low. Right, that its next measured move is down here. Right, so it's got some room. Right, it's got some room. So we'll watch this resistance level as well. These are all over the place. Hang on. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we'll watch this pullback. Right? If this pullback breaks and the VIX breaks the long, then we're going to go. Okay, and it's just a front run. Remember, the indices don't have to be at an exact buy or sell level, support or resistance, because the VIX runs the show. Okay. All right. So there's that squeezing in there. I'm really curious what this is going to do here. We're going to have enough juice. All right, what's bank doing? Right back at that resistance. Oh, it's starting to push through that. Be interesting, right? It's kind of cool to see under the hood what's going on. That's going to be fantastic. If we get down here, and there's a lot of hopium in this comment, but if we do get down here and break this, and we don't go all the way down here first, there's going to be a really juicy long on the indices, okay, going into the rest of the week, right? And that's going to be this VIX pullback to send us down. If. Now, those are big ifs. One, it has to break. It has to break the 75s. Two, it can't get down here first, because then we're just in a range. All right, so we'll see. We will see. Pretty cool. Bank's giving us a little hitch in its giddy up there. We'll see. Interesting, right? Interesting to know what's actually going on. Pretty cool. Okay, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now, think bank, right? Think bank when you're thinking the YM and the Russells. Oh, let me go to the YM. Okay, here's the YM. So it's been in this big range, right? We know that. So all we have to look at now, YM's got support, but it's way down there. It's been in this whole mess, right? So what we'll watch for, we'll just drop our support. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, there was our support right there. We'll just drop our support right there. We'll just put it right there. So if bank continues to lift off, right, YM's going to go, right? The middle of this range is absolute rattlesnake country, right? It's just dangerous. Dangerous in the middle of this range. Longs from lows are breaking, right? Shorts from highs are breaking. So in the middle, dangerous. We've come back down to the bottom. Now we can squeeze back to the top. Okay? So we'll see what bank does. If bank continues to push higher, YM can squeeze all the way up here. I mean, the YM's got targets above us, right? It's just we haven't really traded our support yet. It's just been doing this fun stuff. Just straight sideways at this massive profit target. This is a weekly profit target right here. So we're just chopping around on top of it. All right. So again, good luck if you want to try to pick the middle, right? Pick the middle of this range. All right. Go to Vegas. It's more fun. You get a free buffet. All right. Because eventually the middle will hold. We just don't know when that'll be. And you got to be wrong a whole bunch of times before you're right. Okay. So that's where we are. All right. Bottom of the range, top of the range. Okay. Now moving on to the Russells. Look what the Russells did. Okay. Russells made its pullback. This is awesome. Okay, this is our halfway back in the year. We've kind of been waiting on this. Okay, January 2nd to our highs on January 22nd. That's our halfway back on the year for the Russells. Okay, also came real close to this profit target. Didn't quite hit it, but that's the profit target from the short leading us down into support. So what we're going to watch now are these highs. This is at the same level. We're going to watch from these highs to lows because that would be the next resistance level since we didn't hit that target. So you can say we're starting to get a reaction. All right, starting to get a reaction, but the Russells breaks that. Awesome. We can draw lows to highs and see if we can't get our trend change. You don't want to underestimate how important the halfway back on the year is. Okay, because imagine, I mean, what we're in February. Imagine if we hold halfway back on the year. Where we'll be months from now, right? Way up there. Imagine too, if we break halfway back on the year, right? We're not going to dance around here forever, right? So this can be a very massive support resistance level. Okay. So we'll watch bank, right? See if bank takes off. If it does, it's going to put a nice tailwind between the Russells and the YM. Looking good. Okay. What do we got? VIX still had its little blip, didn't it? Don't know if there's going to be enough buyers. We'll see. We got a lot to get through here, but we'll see. Bank. Oh shoot! Looks like it's rolling over. Yeah, poked its head up there. All right. So we'll see. Remember, it's the afternoon, right? Europe is closed. Okay, so any questions? Turn my camera off for a second. Any questions, VIX bank indices? Anybody? Everybody good? All right. Don't forget, I haven't told you yet, but at the end of my live today here, the end of the dinner, there's going to be giveaways. We're going to give away some accounts. So make sure you stick around if you can. Okay? All right. And there's not a whole lot on here, so you got a really good chance here. You have a high probability of winning an account. So we'll see. All right. So make sure you hang out for that. All right, Frank's on. So we got that family on. We don't have the Cotmans on, but we've got the, I don't know if it's Esposito's, but we've got Frank and Amanda. All right. Oh yeah, you want to give away $500 too? You want me to just go on a tear or give away $100? I'll just go on a tear and get that thing up to $100. No, I'm not going to do that. I did that once on a hot mic, and I'm sure you all remember. All right. Okay, so moving on to Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin, not that, super weak, right? Just absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome here. Okay? So the shorts that we're in much bigger ones. I'll show you that on spot. But on the futures markets, from our high on the 14th, okay, to our lows on the 21st, we traded into that 38.2, remember? And we made this little pullback. I fully thought we were going to get up here and finally trade this. We didn't. We fell straight into our target. Okay? And we've gone through it. So that 85,000 we were talking about this morning, 84.6, we hit it. That's just awesome, right? So we've gone through this. All right? So there's a short potential extension from the 21st, this low on the 21st to lows. All right, look at that. Okay. Now, if we break that, we know we're making a larger pullback. Okay. But that's what we're looking at right now. We stay below these 86.063s, more downside. Right? More downside. Pretty cool. All right, pretty cool. Remember, we got all sorts of targets below us. I'll show you that on spot. But come on, baby. All right, for anybody that's been short since mid-October, this is what we've been working on right here. Or anybody that's been hedged, I should say, hedged or short, since mid-October. There we go. You almost want it to get done, right, Nate? Get done so I can swap it out, take all that money, dump it into the long. All right, let's just hurry up and get to the spring. Okay. So, okay. All right. So there we go. All right. So let's look at spot here. Right. You just want it to get done. Right. Just hurry up. Either get to 33.5 or get to September, and so I can turn this thing around and retire. All right. Okay. No, shoot, wrong one. Hang on. No, that was right. All right. There we go. Okay. What am I doing? There we go. Okay, so here's spot. Here's spot on the weekly. Get rid of this guy. So there's spot on the weekly. Okay. This long you see below us, this was the extension anchor that we used through the whole spring, summer, and fall. Right? It was April 10th, I believe. Yeah, April 10th of 23. We used that once, twice, 3 times. Never hit that target. We came, man, did we come close. We wanted 128s, and we didn't quite get them. And then time snuck up on us. Okay, so here's what we're looking at on Bitcoin. That support level, we're going to see support there, right? We will. It's just a matter of how much. But if this support doesn't break any short setups, we're golden, right? There's those targets down to 33.5. Okay, so that's what it looks like on the weekly. So you can see that's not pretty, right? That's not pretty at all. Okay, now zooming in, this is what we're looking at. So we had the same, these are these October 6th highs, right? There's those October 6th highs. There's the pullback right there. I just have this 100,000 marked up as a psychological level. But we traded right into that 38.2, right? Those have targets down at 69,705, right, on the spot market. Okay, so we're trending right to those. Okay, here was that pullback that's gone through its target. So let's zoom in, and there could be right this extension short right there, and it's defending as of now. Isn't that crazy? So that extension is sold is drawn from January 21st, so that's last Wednesday, to lows. All right, and what we'll do, these continue to hold and get to targets, we'll just continue to trail unless it absolutely blows through a target. And I kind of hope it doesn't, right? Because you know what's going to happen if it blows through this target. We're going to go into extensions of extensions of extensions, and they're eventually going to break. You can't hold that aggressive of a sell-off. And then we're going to make a great big pullback. All right, so we'll see. Pretty cool though. I mean, this is playing out really nice. Playing out really nice. Okay. All right. You saw my QQQ chart? You saw none of what I just said?
That's my QQQ chart. I don't know, your screen must have
Oh,
quit
it didn't share.
sharing. Yeah, yours quit sharing for some reason.
Oh, okay. Hang on a second. Let me do it back here. There we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's good now.
All right, there we go. So those weeklies, right, all the way down here. So that's from that April 10th I was just talking about, April 10th to January 20th, right? That target we never hit. So there's going to be some support down here. It's just a matter of how much. But what I was saying is on these extension shorts, this is the same as the futures markets, knowing that we have this support down here, right? It'd be nice, the market's going to listen to us, but it'd be nice if we just went down in these structured extensions, right? Extension to a target, pull back, extension to a target, pull back. Because if we start falling hard, we're going to go into extensions of extensions. They're going to break, and it's going to cause a big old pullback. All right, but that's what we're looking at right now. Okay, just same as the futures markets. Okay, now if that breaks, we're making a larger pullback, but that's where we are right now. So it looks pretty good. All right, looks solid. Looks very, very solid. Okay, stocks. What would you guys like to see? All right. Stocks. Anybody? Oh, it's up to 16 here, guys. Just letting you know. All right. Everybody good? Okay, no stocks? Anybody? Joby, good call, Nate. I was looking at that on Monday. That's on my little super secret post-it note that I keep on my screen. That's one of them I look at every week. Oh, they have earnings or something? Something came out. Oof, we dropped right into a long, didn't we? Sure as heck did. Okay, there's our half off sale. Right? If we draw from zero, let's draw from zero. Whether you want to draw from the low or whether you want to draw from zero, there's our half off sale. So let's see if we can get this thing to break something. Okay, so coming off of these highs, boom, right there. Okay, so we've fallen through that target. So we're going to draw from this low on November 7th to lows. Okay. Now, what could get in the way of that is the low before the breakdown to lows. All I'm doing here is trying to, this is actually a pretty awesome chart right now with a little bit of patience, right? That's almost identical, that lows to lows. That's almost right on top. So we'll just leave that one. But this is a really juicy chart for the simple fact that, again, we drop through here. When's our earnings? 27 days. If we can get 1230s to break and then watch for that first pullback, which would put us right about there, and see that hold, that's awesome. All right, that would be really, really awesome. But we got to get there first, right? I mean, we might not be done falling yet. All right, and we could get up here, not break this, get up here and just hold that extension and sell right off. All right, but that's juicy right there. Just a little bit of patience, right? Set a couple alerts and call it a day and just wait till they go off. Yeah, that looks good. That looks really good. Look at this one too. No, I'd rather be on the conservative side. Okay, so that's why I'm looking at that one, Nate. That looks good, man. All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. Oh, USAR. Nice, Amanda. Okay. There we go. Everybody's loving the rare earth stocks. Let's see what price says here. So get rid of that. Oh, hang on. Not a whole lot of data here, right? I mean, there's a ton of data, but this means zero. Did that break? That broke. All right, so that broke. So let's get rid of this. My goodness, look at that. Wow. Okay, so not the monthly. There we go. Look at that. Nice call, Amanda. Good eye. See how we kind of walked that through that thing, and this is where it left us? That's solid. When's their earnings? 27 days. All right. That looks good. Okay. Now, we still got some work to do, right? Still got some work to do. What we could look for here. All right. Kind of the same thing we were watching. Right there. This is how I would look at this and how I will be looking at this. All right, right there. If we can break this little extension, this little guy right here, these 2330s, we're at 2266. These 2330s right there, and we don't go all the way halfway back first, we can look to grab a pullback. Now, this is one of those situations where if I was straight up buying the stock, right, and I was trading it with a stop loss type, like a trade, I'd let that pullback come, and I'd probably put I wouldn't use the 61.8, I'd put my stop below these lows and just let it play out, because you could get Fred Flintstone getting his car going right here. But first and foremost, I want to see that break. So, because we could get right here and sell straight off and get steamrolled. All right, so you want to see those 23.35. So you're drawing from this low, January 27th, okay, to lows. That looks really, look at the amount of market participants as soon as we dropped into that long. It's pretty cool, nice eye. Yeah, that's how I'd look at that one right there. And actually, I'll put that on my secret so I pay attention to it. All right. Okay. All right, so there's that. Okay. Yeah, a lot into rare earth. Yeah. Anything rare earth. Say that word rare earth, or say precious metals, or say anything like that, and people are all fired up about it, right? Finally caught on. Yes, guys, only 6 names on the giveaway wheel. Drop your name in the chat if you're still here. I show 16 of you in here. We're having a giveaway at the end, guys, if you are just joining us. So, all right. Yeah, you get an account, you get an account, you get an account. All right. Okay. Everybody good? Everybody good? Okay. All right, cool. We'll get back to it here. Not that. That. Okay. So there's Bitcoin. All right, so moving on. What do we got going? Bank couldn't get through those highs, huh? So there's our long. We'll see. We'll see. All right, crude oil was going straight up. Okay. We're holding extension longs. Now, this is a big deal because this might really give us an opportunity. All right, here's the massive short. All right, and that's drawn from June 23rd of last year. June 23rd to our lows on December 16th. We're right there right now. Okay, which is all well and good, but we got to break longs. Right, and here's the extension long that's defending. Okay, that is from these highs on January 14th to highs. That's the series that we're in. All right, and you can see we're defending it, right? We traded from it once right here, just very shallow pullback. All right, and then there's our next one right there. So if we stay at or above these 63.93s, we're going to keep going. But if this extension breaks, right, then we can sell that first pullback short, stops above the highs, because we'll have traded into the resistance and broken along, and broken the series of longs. Okay, so right now it's still in longs. Remember, we're only one of three things. We're in longs, we're in shorts, or we're in a range. And right now it's in longs. We don't want to short something when it's in longs, right? We want to go with the trend. All right, so this will be interesting to see. If we get up to this target, right, we're just going to keep trailing these extensions until they fail. All right. Okay. So there's crude oil. All right, gold and silver. All right, here's gold, right? It's got this pullback. Now, this pullback is drawn from these highs on October 20th. All right, that's what we're going off of. Okay, so October 20th highs to highs, there's our next pullback on gold. All right, we broke smaller extensions, so we go back to our original anchor, and there we go. Didn't even make it. All right. So let's look here at something. Look at that thing just rip. Everybody freaking out? Nope. All right. This will tell the tale right here. All right, we get through this. All right, we get through that 61.8. And we can buy a pullback. Right? Because that'll mean we have traded support. And that's all we got. All right, that's all we got. Isn't that crazy? Everybody freaking out. I saw a bunch of stuff, a bunch of chatter. Oh my gosh. Really? All right. So very cool. Very cool. So ran into our next long. We just got to get through that. And our target's at 59.16. Almost $6,000 per ounce. All right. So we'll see. It's got some work to do, right? We still got some work to do. We got to get through here. Because if not, if we don't get through that, we can fall all the way back down and actually trade support. All right, now silver ran into its next long. Now a little bit different draw on here on silver than what we've been using. If you go out and walk this walk this thing up. Okay. This is the next extension long. It's from, remember we had those lows of the week to highs of the week. They're almost on top of each other. That lows of the week to highs of the week we've been using, and it was like right here. But when I went back and just kind of walked this up. And if you walk it up, there's an extension here too. So we'll use that. It's like I said, they're only about, I don't know, 20, 30 cents difference. So here's the extension long. All right. So from the 28th, high on the 28th to our highs on the January 26th, pull back right there. Targets are up here. All right. That's what we got. All right. So all it's done is drop back down into support. I don't even think it got there. Didn't even get to a 38.2 and rip. So let's see. All right, this broke yet. Nope, not yet. It looks like it's defending a 61.8. We'll see how close my eyeballs are. Yep, look at that. Defending the 61.8 right there. So hasn't broken yet. So we could still, it could still make a pullback. So we're gonna put an alert there as well, because when that breaks, right, just like on gold, we can draw that lows to highs and buy that pullback. Okay. All right. So there we go. This big sell-off had everybody freaked, and we've already retraced 61.8% of that sell-off. That's something. Okay. All right. So that's where those are. Dollar. Now we had a dollar wrecking ball scenario this morning. I don't know if you guys saw that, but dollar strength. That's not DXY. There's DXY. That's not DXY. That's DXY. Okay, we had dollar strength this morning, and we saw everything priced in US dollars get hit. Okay, markets or broad markets, gold, silver, that was the dollar being So this is dollar weakness, right? Now remember, DXY is just an index. But this falling is normally dollar weakness. But you can see we had this big push of dollar strength this morning, right? And this was that dollar wrecking ball. All right, so we'll see. But let's go to the actual currencies here. So here's the dollar yen. Now, what is really interesting is earlier today, okay, we had these candles, these big red candles with the euro, okay? That's the carry trade unwind. That's very bearish. And it was. That's the dollar wrecking ball, right? And those two are going down together. That's even worse. But look what's happened, right? Right now. All right. They're both finding support at the same time, which is wild, right? So if we see them going up together now, that's very bullish. All right. So here's where the dollar yen is, though. The dollar yen's in shorts. All right. From this high on January 28th to our lows, there's our pullback. All right. There's our pullback right there. So it's in shorts. Now, normally, if this is falling, this is dollar weakness. All right. But we'll see. All right. We can draw inside of here and just kind of watch these to see if we get this next pullback to hold. See how we dipped into this low? That makes this suspect. All right, but we'll see. But this continuing to fall, if the euro is rising, this continuing to fall is dollar weakness. Would be bullish for the precious metals and to some extent the indices. All right, so now let's look at the euro. The euro is still stuck. All right, and this is a real juicy opportunity for some dollar weakness. Really is. If it can get out of its own way here and get going, we could see a really nice tailwind behind everything priced in US dollars. All right, so January 20th to our highs, that's the long. Okay, highs to highs. But we haven't broken that short from above us, have we? So we're trapped. All right, so those highs to lows right there, that's where we're pinned, right? We shot straight off of those into the long. Now the long's being bought up. So we'll see. Nothing really going on, but that dollar strength this morning was killer, right? To everything priced in US dollars. All right. So we'll see. Okay. So that's what the euro is. We're just waiting for, we don't really want to get involved in the middle yet because we really don't know. Okay. Now onto the British pound. Now the British pound traded support, right? Look at the pound go. Go pound go. All right. From our highs on January 23rd to our highs on the 27th, traded once there. And look at that. Bam. Right. Now I don't think we've broken this yet either. Nope. All right. So that highs to lows. Still haven't broken out of that yet. All right, so it's got some work to do. All right, it's got some work to do. That's just the high of this move to the low. Oh, wait, did we? Hang on, if I draw this right. I don't know, jury's out. That's tight. Nope, we didn't. Okay, so we're defending that 61.8 there as well. All right, so we'll see. But you can see both on the, they're in longs, right? The pound and the euro are in longs. It's just we haven't broken through the short setups above us yet. And if we don't, we'll make pullbacks. But if we do, we can take off. Okay, so that's exciting. Man, look at the VIX. There you go. All right, there you go. Bam. That sucks. Okay, and there's your pullback. There's your pullback on the there's on the ES right there. Okay, so we could, if this continues higher, we next leg down, targets are down at 68, 64. Okay, so we'll see. Bank right to the top of its range, rolling over. All right, so the only prayer that the VIX would have of breaking these now is if we hold a short from highs. And I don't want to stand in front of this thing, right? We're in an uptrend, right? We're in an uptrend. So you don't want to stand in front of that and get absolutely steamrolled. Okay, the path of least resistance on the VIX is up. That means it's down on the indices. And we have financial weakness. But there you go. So targets are up here. All right. Probably not the best time to be looking long on the indices. All right, so it's holding. It's holding. All right, any questions, guys, before we get to the big giveaway? All right. You can't see the VIX because the spinning wheel is covering it. Well, let me do this then.
My bad.
All right.
I'll hide it.
All right. There we go. Move it over there. Can you guys see me now? That's good, Amanda. You can visualize it now as I'm talking about it. You can you don't even need charts. You can just visualize what I'm talking about. All right. That's good that you can pick it up. Nice. Everybody see it? Everybody got their VIX right here? This is the most important chart of everything I just talked about. Right there. This is moving everything else. I can probably get rid of this thing down here. All right. So that is 18s to 2010s. 18s to 2010s. That gives you that. Okay. And you've seen plenty of times if this sucker starts lifting off, you won't miss it. It lifts off and it does it quickly. Even just this one this morning, right? Okay. All right. Okay, guys, have you signed up for, if you haven't, put your name in the chat.
All right, Chad, here's everybody we got 9 entries, and we have 3 50K select accounts from Tradeify that we're going to pick.
Can everybody see them?
Yeah, yeah, they can, yeah. And I could also do... I could do it so we're both on here, Aaron. And never mind, we'll just do this. I don't want to get it. It's fine. All right, so I'm going to spin. So I'm going to spin. We got 3 50K select accounts from Tradeify. They hooked us up since we had to push the game show back here a little while, but hopefully that'll finally start up next week. But here we go. We'll spin 3 times, and 3 you guys will win.
All right, let's go. I think Kamika won on one of these.
She was on earlier, and nobody else was after Jordan Adides got off.
Luke.
All right, let me write this down before I.
You have to be present to win.
He was present. I feel like he was just present a few minutes ago. These 9 people were definitely here just a little bit ago. All right, so we got Luke. We're gonna remove him. That's winner number 1. All right, we're spinning again. James. Congratulations, James. And we got one more here. Trade a 550K select account.
Right on, James. There you go. Couldn't happen to a better guy.
And Sir Frank, there you go.
Frank!
Congratulations. Congratulations, gentlemen. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, we got
James. I think
Luke.
Amanda said that we'd give that to her. That's what I heard.
Well, hey, I'm gonna send you the coupon code. You guys are all part of the Discord, I know, so I think I should be able to just get your emails or reach out to you guys on Discord to get you the coupon code. But we'll get you guys hooked up with those. And outside of that, thank you guys for tuning in today. Jordan is traveling today. So what'd he say? Send it to Amanda. Okay, we can do that.
You can talk to Frank offline. I was just teasing. Frank.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to give it to Frank. Frank, you can decide what to do with it. All right. You can send it to Amanda if you want, but that's up to you. All right. But thank you guys for tuning in. We're just going to wrap it up here. Tomorrow, hopefully, the afternoon segments are going to come back. Ticker Tinder works better for Duke. In the power hour session. So the game plan is to do a day where we stack. We have the game show after the nooner, which will be like an hour-long segment, and then after the game show, do Tinder Ticker. So do one day that's a longer day. But gonna get back into some of the afternoon segments next week, and then the following week I'm actually on vacation, so we'll probably be off YouTube that week. I would assume we'll probably just do everything in Discord, and then we'll be back. Let's see. Let me just pull up a calendar real quick. So I am on vacation February 7th through the 14th. So then we'll be back on the 16th. So we're on.
So next week is YouTube.
Yeah. So we'll be next week, the 2nd through the 5th on YouTube. Okay. And then we're off the 9th through the 12th. And then we're back on the 16th through the 19th. So.
All right, cool. And remember, tomorrow, guys, WAP tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yep. WAP. Sounds good. I hope everybody had a great trading day. Aaron, thank you again for everything. And we'll see you next week. Have a good weekend, everybody.